Okay, good afternoon all. Hope everyone is well. It is the 12th of March. We have had some news this morning, caused a little bit of a spike, but we dropped down and then we recovered that pretty quickly. So I'm just looking at this as a channel at the moment. We had a bit of a channel up there and a break, so I'm not sure whether we're going to try and move a bit higher or whether we're going to come down and make a new low. So I'm just going to have to keep an eye on this. Indy, how you doing? Exponential, how are you? Okay, so just in case nobody noticed, I lost one of my PA accounts yesterday. So new rule I decided to take a slightly riskier triple test, which was a riskier, more aggressive trade, and I did it on one of my accounts. And it went against me, and I carried on trading after I took another loss. And then it all went to rat shit, to be honest with you. So from now on, I either trade them all together. It's either a good enough setup to take them all, or I don't trade. So I've done that before in the past, and it just never works out well if you decide to take a slightly more riskier trade and just use one of your accounts. It just means you're taking a risk, really. And I generally don't like to take what I consider riskier trades. I like to just sort of keep it as it is. So, but on the plus side, after I did that, I did another evaluation, which is a 3-day evaluation at the moment, and I traded that on I think 5 contracts, and it worked out okay. So I ended up passing an evaluation. So it's a 3-day thing now, so I should get another PA. So I like to stick to 5 PAs. So there you go. So okay, market is open. So let's see what's going on here. Let's have a look. Just looking at the NQ, it does look like we've had a break and a new low. There is a possibility of something like that with a bit of an overshoot. I'm not sure really, but I'm going to keep that like that. You could say there's a bit of a break there, but we do seem to be pushing up now, so we'll just keep an eye on him. So Indy, how you doing? Exponential, how are you? Jay, how you doing, bud? Okay, so we have got some more news, but it's not until 5 PM UK time tonight, which is quite a ways away, so we'll probably be done by then. I'm trading an hour early UK time because you US guys went forward 1 hour early hours of Sunday morning. So let's have a little look at this. It's just a little bit unclear as to what's going on, really. Just looking at that NQ at the moment. Are we going to push below and make a new low? It's hard to say whether that is... Okay, we're below the EMA now, so let's see if we can get a lower high here. So maybe that is 2 legs up or a break. Let's have a little look here. So there is a lower high forming on the NQ. I'm not taking this because we're above the EMA at the moment. If we can get a lower high here, trouble is price is holding, the EMA's holding price at the moment, so could be a few traps here. It's moving fast. Yeah, it usually does a little bit after the open. Made the daily nut. Now I have to shut down NinjaTrader so I don't have the chart in front of me and end up doing something. Made the daily nut. I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. Made the daily nut. Yeah, you might have to clarify that in the made the daily nut. Let's have a look. Okay, so the NQ looks like we may be looping down, but we're a bit congested here. Monetary goals made 25 this. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Daily nut means hitters goal. Oh, okay. I've never heard that before. The daily nut. No, never heard that before. We're quite sheltered over here in the UK. We don't know a lot. It does look like it's coming down there, but we're congested here, so I just can't take a short at the moment. Price is still holding here. And we got a leg up. We could have 2 legs back on the NQ before we push up some more. So until we start to work down, there's nothing I can do here. Okay, so there's a first entry. See if we can get a failure. We may be coming down for another leg. It's always possible. You've never heard fill your boots? Have you? Yeah, that's something we use, fill your boots. In other words, get as much as you can, basically. Yeah, we got some sayings over here. Yeah, I mean, there was a lower high there, but price is on top of that EMA. Although this looked like it was going down, we could have had 2 smaller legs and pushed up. So maybe we are making 2 legs down here. Let's have a look. So we got 1 leg. And this would take us down towards these lows. Okay, so however you see this channel, I actually don't think it looks too bad as it is. We've had a break and eventually a new low. Unfortunately, there was a lower high there, but it's congested and prices above the EMA, so I just couldn't take that if I wanted to because it could pop out. My concern was we'd have 1 leg, 2 leg on the NQ, and then we start to push up, but market had other ideas. But yeah, it's quite bearish now, unfortunately. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's coming down now, isn't it? Have a quick look at the last couple of days. Okay, so yesterday was very much a range day. So we got this leg down and best part of another leg down. Let's have a look. So we got sort of a leg and then a leg, a leg and a leg. I wonder whether we're going to get more sideways today. It's hard to say, really. It's a shame there not to catch some of that move, but the trouble is there's nothing there really. You can't take that. It's just you're going short right to the bottoms of that. We don't know it's going to do that. So tight channel, break, new low. I think we're going to get close to that measured move. We're on it on the NQ now. Let's have a look. Hey Sam, how you doing, buddy? How are you, mate? You got your money yet? I've got 2 accounts. I think about 2 to 3 trades away from a payment. You always get a little bit nervous. I don't feel as bad as I have done in the past, so I'm just taking what I can, that's all. But I did lose an account yesterday. I decided to take a riskier trade on one of my accounts, which I shouldn't have done. I think it's a bad idea, really. You're accepting the fact that you're taking something riskier. I'd rather not do that. So from now on, I either trade them all together or I don't trade nothing at all. Money coming tomorrow. Got them from playing like, good on you, mate. It's nice to get that email, isn't it? Good for you, mate. Yeah, I think personally, if you decide to take a riskier trade and you reduce down to just using one of your accounts, I think it can be a recipe for disaster. Thinking about it, it's never gone too well for me. So from now on, I either trade them in one bunch or I don't trade them at all. I'm trading one. I have withdrawn 2,000 on micros for now. Since I think the way to look at it is that account, Sam, has now paid for itself. So you're trading with free money. You've effectively 11x'd your money. So yeah, just trade it. That's my plan. Just to go down to one contract after and just let it ride. And if I can manage to build it up, then that account, then I will aim to get to maybe $5,000 and then try and take a monthly payment. Once it's paid for itself, effectively, it's free money if you look at it like that. I'm at payout my first PA. I still have to trade 4 more days. Just take your time, relax, wait for good quality setups. If you don't find a good setup, just don't take it. What's that account that's paid out? Yeah, exactly. And I think having that attitude takes the pressure off a bit. You know, it's the case of it's more than paid for itself, so let's just let it ride now. You can sort of keep it in the background. Maybe add another account or 2. That's my plan, and just run it in the background. Just reduce it down to minimum risk, and then just let it run. And if you can get that one up to maybe 3,000 or 5,000, what I'd like to do is to do that, get an account up to maybe 5,000 once it's paid once, and then try and take a regular monthly. So at least then it's free money, isn't it? If you look at it like that, it's paid for itself. Okay, so I think we're very close to that measured leg. Have a look. Yeah, I'd say we're a tick or 2 away from it, so that's close enough, I think. More difficult to trade range. Yeah, Kanan, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I was talking to Daniel the other night, Daniel Kuchin, and he was saying it's just not a lot of setups. I think he was averaging a trade a day, something like that. I mean, going back a year and a half, I was looking at some of my older charts, and there seemed to be a good 3 really good obvious setups, and there really doesn't at the moment. And range days as well. I don't even bother trying to pick tops and bottoms on. Well, I say I do to a degree, but what I'd rather do is take a failure or a lower high. I know a lot of the cases, though, Mac will just pick a top and you know, he says you just short the tops and buy the bottoms, but it's not that simple because so many of these range days now, every time it goes up, it's a different point, and every time we come down, we're hitting a different level. So range days can really suck you in and get a loss or 2. So I tend to, I'm careful with them now. You know, if we're coming off the top, we've hit multiple times, I will take a lower high. But that's about it. I'm not a great fan of them. But, you know, I will say, and I have done, one trade is all you really need. You know, you'll usually get one good setup a day. Yeah, people talking about Sam taking a break. It is good to take a break. Sometimes you can be trading with such frustration and anger that you just, it's almost like, and I felt it myself, it's almost like you're in the middle of a battle and you just can't let go. It is like being in a bad relationship, if you like. The slightest thing sets you off, you know what I mean? Touch wood, I've never really been in one, but I have had friends who've been in bad relationships, and the slightest thing sets them off and they're off around again. So trading can be like that, really. If you're frustrated and angry all the time, and the market can make you feel like that, it is good to have a break. Just get away. I would suggest 2 weeks. Just completely get away from 2 weeks and just let that frustration, you know, start to die off, and then come back fresh. You know, breaks do amazing things, really, and no more than in trading. There is a lower high there, but I'm not interested in that. It's a bit too far from the EMA. We're right at the daily lows on the NQ, and we're a couple of ticks off that. So I don't know whether it's going to attempt to come lower and then bounce off, but it does look like it's going to come down. But just, I don't like this. And it's just a bit too far away and too close to the lows for comfort, really. Well, I believe I have the skills as well. I read I tend to stop very hard. Yeah, do you know what? I think a lot of us will get the skills to trade but struggle with the emotional side. But I think as those skills start to grow, your confidence level and belief that you can do this, I think you're less likely to, you know, I think sometimes we tend to revenge trade or get a bit of a head start because we don't think we've got the skills and the capabilities to do it off our own bat by taking just good trades. When I think you are, the trouble is when you've lost 350 evaluations, it's one hell of a lot of failure. And is it any wonder you don't have any belief in yourself when there's that much failure? And I think that's why there's such a big failure rate with trading, because you spend 2 or 3 years really sort of not feeling like you're just not getting anywhere. And I can't think of any other job where you'd sort of feel that bad and that much sort of, you know, frustration. So this market seems to just want to go down. We've comfortably broken the lows of the day on the NQ. We have got some support around here at the bottom there where we are now, and this is yesterday's, and the lows of the day. In fact, I'm going to put a mark there. The lows of the days from yesterday. Yesterday's lows and highs. Let's just put that there. Because there is, by the looks of things, if that does continue down, there is possibly going to be some support around there where we may bounce. And that does look like a bigger channel there. That does look like a channel. We've got a touch there, nice touch there. That's fitting nice. So that measured move comfortably played out. Is it Wednesday or Tuesday? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Oh, Tuesday. There is a second entry short there, but it's congested, way too far from the EMA. May go down, but it could come back up, so nothing there, unfortunately. Could get stung there. It's not a massive bar, but it's just too risky there. Way too far from the EMA. It doesn't have to go far to take that out. Usually any weak positions, EMA will just eat up. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes through there either. Yeah, it has done. Okay, we got a first break of the channel. Let's have a look here. My only slight concern is there is a double bottom there, as there is on the NQ, so I'll just be a little bit cautious here. Is that a bigger channel? Possibly, but we have had a channel there with a break and a new low, so effectively it's played out. So I'm not in a rush to short this just at the moment. There is another small channel there with a break and a matching low, so okay, there is a failure on the NQ. So we got a short-term trend channel with a break and a new high. If we can get this bearish, then I wouldn't mind taking a lower high. That's if. But the NQ does look like it might be slowly grinding up. It looks like to be a bit of a spike and channel on the NQ. So it could still come down, but we shall see. No, I still work Saturday and Sundays, bud. Most of them, anyway. It just tops up that money, doesn't it? Let's have this. Just put a line there like that, just in case we get up to that level. It's actually quite nice to get out, actually. Get out to work. You do get, I don't know, I get fed up of staying in the house all the time. It's nice to get out, actually. That's the sort of one downside to trading. You're stuck in the house. In fact, I don't even know, if things got better and, regular money came in at some point, whether I would maybe sort of get a little office. I don't know. It's nice to get out of the house. Don't get me wrong, I like staying in the house, but you do feel like a bit of a hermit at sometimes. But if I get a bit more money, I may just start going out, for breakfast or something, or for a bit of lunch, just to get out of the house a bit. But obviously, until I'm sort of making regular money, you haven't got a great deal to go out and do a lot with, really. Okay, let's see how we react to this. It does look like it's just going to blow straight through it, but so we got this channel down there, we had a break, and clearly a new low. So we got this channel, we had a break and a new low. We got a double bottom there, and often sometimes that's where you'll sort of get a reversal, and that looks very much like what we've got. It's a bit hard to trade today. I think, in all fairness, it's probably just a range day, which it seems to be about, I don't know, about 80% of the day. Trouble is, there's not a lot of setups there. May have trapped some shorts there, but I don't know. It hasn't sort of gone off like a rocket. I mean, it's pushing up quite strongly. Uh, Sorry about this. I'm just moving a few things around. So let's have a look at this. So we have got a bit of support around there, so it may stall around here. You can see it there, along here, so let's have a look. Nice run down to your downtrend. Now going up to last time, yeah. At least it's actually moving. I mean, yesterday was a pain in the arse. I hate all this stuff. It's just so choppy. Yeah, we were kind of going up, but you could just get massacred in that, couldn't you, really? Mac didn't mark a great deal of trades. He had that up as a slow grind, as a slow channel, and it was. But when it's choppy, it just makes it so much harder. You've got to be so careful. Otherwise, you just get chopped up to pieces. Okay. We have got some congestion here. You can see it there as well. So, it's hard to say whether it's going to turn here or not, whether it'll push up through it. See, there's a possibility we've had a break and a new high on the NQ. I mean, you could extend that out. But the trouble is, if it has had a break, we could now come down. So technically that's played out. But that actually doesn't look that bad in all fairness. So let's have a look at this. Trouble is, when we're so close to these highs, there's no way I could take a second entry long there. The only way I'd be interested in long is with a break down here somewhere. Whether we get it or not is another thing. From support to resistance, great $3,000 move for me. Good on you, mate. Don't mind me working off my chart. You do whatever you want, mate. Now, are we going to push back up again, or is this where we turn? There is some support along there, so it's hard to say. If we can get a higher low, It's got to be a very good setup though. I like to give it a chance to trap me, so there's a possible failed second entry long. So I'd like to see that trigger and then start to push up. That would trap any possible shorts. That's a break below there, really. Unfortunately, there's nothing there really. There is a triple bottom, which is slightly encouraging, but I'm just not a massive fan. I don't know, you may have even taken that one. The trouble is, you just don't know, do you? Trouble is, it may trigger you and come down a little bit lower. Okay, so that has now played out. Let's see what happens here. See if there's any sell orders up here, which is going to push this thing down. There is some big sell orders. Well, sell orders around the 210. It'd be nice to hit those and come down. We're there now, and then maybe take a lower high. It's hard to know where we're going to range from, whether this is going to be it and we're going to turn down from here, whether we're going to continue on up. When we get a break, I always like to have two pushes, as we know market moves in two, so I like to have that one, pull back a little bit, and then two. I feel better about saying a price is played out a bit then. Spike and channel maybe. About something like that, are you? Not so sure at the moment. Have to come down here a bit, another leg down, and then start to work before I start thinking about that, if that's what you mean anyway. Just hoping, yeah. There is a possible second entry long. It's just a million miles away from that EMA for me. Are we going to get a failure? I'm hoping we're going to push through it and come down. We do seem to be struggling to get higher at the moment. It's hard to know whether we are going to turn here or continue on up in a channel or get up to these highs. So are we making two legs down, or are we now deciding to head down? So hard to know, really. We certainly need to give it a chance to trap a second entry long and then come down if that's what it's going to do. The trouble is, I don't really want to think I want to go long. There is a lot of support along here, and I don't know whether we're going to trap along and come down. So hard to know. It's a little bit congested, and I don't like the fact that going long right into this now. Is it going to work? Possibly. But it could stitch you up and come down. mean, there is, there is highs we could get up to. Just not sure at the moment. So that's interesting. Big bullish bar there, which has triggered. Is it going to continue up? It's trying to. There's probably going to be a few stops there. So if we can get above that, then I'd say there's a chance we're going to get higher. You know about that one there, are you? I wouldn't have taken that one. I just don't like going along into there. You just don't know what's going to happen. That one there, if you'd have took that little doji, it crossed the cross, came across, went down, I think, and then triggered above it. So I don't know. There's something I just don't like about it. It's a little bit congested. This just could come down and sting you. That's looking pretty bearish all of a sudden, isn't it? If you'd have took that one, you'd have got a couple of points, I think. So say I took above there. You might have struggled. You'd have probably got a 1.5 because it's got to tick through depending on where you got in. I just don't like this. It's looking more congested on the EMA. This could come down and take out that stop. Yeah, this is just a little bit congested for me. It's hard to, if it continues to struggle to get up, it may then come down with some urgency. I just don't like this. It's just a little bit congested. Excuse me just a second. I'm just going to take a quick minute bathroom break. Okay, there is a higher low there. Ordinarily, I'd probably take something like that, but we're just in the middle of this, aren't we? So it may trigger and come down, so I don't have anything to do with that just at the moment. There is a failure there, actually. Well, I'll say high low, it's a failure. But there's probably going to be quite a few stops in here, and if that does come flushing down, it'll eat all them stops up. Now, will it go? Possibly. If I was trading on a valuation, I'd probably take it. But my concern is it just whips down quickly. We got a leg down, a little bit of a pullback. It couldn't whip down. You took the higher low. Yeah, I'm concerned because it's congested. It's even more congested on the NQ. If I was trading the valuation, I would take it because I think it's worth the risk. But on PAs, I'm not taking it. Okay, it is above there now. So, yeah, the trouble is we're in the middle of this sideways stuff. So that's what concerns me. I just don't like it there because twice we've rejected off the top. One there we came down pretty sharpish, and there as well, so you don't know whether it's going to trigger you and do the same. So for me, just a little bit extra cautious. Having said that, I would have, having said that, I would have taken it on an evaluation because I think it, I wouldn't have minded that. I don't mind something slightly more risky, but just because we're in this little bit of a range here, just a little bit of extra caution. Yeah, trouble is we are sort of finding some support along here. You can see it, but I think there's a fair chance it's going to push up to those highs now. Yeah, I get taking it, absolutely. The trouble is I've got two of my accounts now getting very close to payment, so I just want to be extra cautious. You got ILO for 4 points. Balls of steel, mate. Balls of steel. Yeah, sometimes it just has an habit. Sometimes, but what I will say, there'll have been longs there, and there, so you never know when it's going to come up and hit this level again and then flush down. But it is working up that line, so that's something. So let's have a wee look. I think I was more concerned as well with the NQ. That was starting to look like we may even start to be, you know what I mean? You don't know whether we're going to have a small break and come down. So that was concerning me. Well, just very much like a bull flag, really, but just a little bit of. I mean, the it's even messier. It's a little bit clearer here, but on the ES, but the NQ is a little bit messier. But it is very whippy, isn't it? Okay, so we're up to the tops now. So we've had this channel, we've had a break, and we've had our moves up to the top. So let's have a look now. What are we going to do? We're certainly running out of liquidity now. I have got bookmap up again. I think most of the liquidity has gone at 25. So if it does manage to pick off any of that, it may come down a bit more. But and then liquidity dies off. Then it's hard to say, really, isn't it? Yeah, most of that liquidity now is changed to 21, 25, around about here. So now we've been up here before. So let's see if we get a. There is what I would consider quite likely an overshoot there. So See if we can get a lower high and ride that down.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Well, that thing doesn't want to slow down, does it? Let's have a little look. There is a lower high there. I don't think that'd be a bad call back to the EMA, but I'm just staring out of this. This thing just doesn't want to slow down. Yeah, it does, yeah. I wasn't sure about that. Now, at the time, I didn't have any type of a larger channel there. Whether that is right or not, I don't know. It's hard to say. It could be, it could not. I mean, it fits there, but I mean, realistically, it could have fit there or there, and it could be a break. So, you know, it's hard to say. We got a leg up. But it misses. In fact, I'm not even a massive fan of it. Rather just say we've had a break and up again. So we've had this little channel, we've had a break and a new high by a tick. Okay, right up, we've touched that measured move. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. I don't know about that. I just don't like the way it's missing everything. Yeah, that's what I mean. If you leave that there, you don't want to be shorting in an uptrend. But if you take it away, would you short back into here, breakout? The trouble is we've only really hit it once before. So is it a range or is it just we've had this push up followed by 2 legs and then we work up. You never quite know, really. I mean, if it halts here and then moves back in, retest this and comes in, then it's more rangy, but you never know when it's going to decide to move out and start moving up. You just never know. Yeah, I suppose the less it attacks, the trouble is, do you really want to... It's hard to say. I'm just not a fan of that. You know what I mean? Is it just 2 legs? I mean, we've bounced off this, haven't it? Is it now going to come back into the range? It's hard to say. I mean, at the end of the day, if it is a range and it's pushed up off the bottom, it's probably going to do that in a range. It's going to come off the bottom to the tops. Trouble is, if you do put that channel, you won't be thinking about shorts. Not that you should. But we've hit that 3 times, so does that mean it's going to come down to the bottom? Or are we going to come in and retest this, or are we going to push through it and retest the underside? It's just one of those things you never quite know. Trouble is, if you get 2 legs down, you may decide to look for a long, but if you look at the channel individually, we've had a channel, we've had a break, we've had a new high, we've had a channel, we've had a break, and we've had a new high. So both these smaller channels have paid out. Now, really, we've come off the bottom. You couldn't really, I mean, you can only say that's one touch, really. It just happens to be in a line. So it's only really one touch of that channel, and we haven't come to the tops of it. So I'm not massively convinced that channel is that reliable. I think it just happens to fit in it roughly. What I tend to do, I've got a habit of constantly looking for bigger channels, but when I see Mac's chart and people like Marco's charts, they very much concentrate on the smaller stuff. I mean, if we were taking 20 points in a move, then we would be thinking about the bigger stuff, but... So that bearish bar is triggered, and obviously that's pushing up. I think it's likely to stop it out. It may not. This may be the time where we make 1, 2, 3 attempts and it starts to come back down. Does it come down just to the EMA and then we go long again? It's hard to say. Once, twice, making multiple attempts to push up. We haven't closed above that measured leg, that measured move. Yeah, Moon's back, isn't he? I did see something the other day. Black Bay's not gone away, and I think Joe's still going, isn't he? Trading is boring, like the chatter and interaction. Does make it a bit more interesting, doesn't it? I mean, it's a lonely old job as it is, but if you're stuck in a room by yourself, at least if you chat to other people and you're hearing other voices, one, you know, you're not going to go insane by yourself, and at least then sometimes more heads are better than one, aren't they? You run ideas off people, and we all sort of help each other and learn from each other. It does make trading a lot less boring, I've got to say, isn't it? At some point in the future, once I start to get more consistent, I may be a case of if I can get a trade in, I may just knock it on the head and enjoy my life. I'm quite happy just taking one trade. I don't think there's a great deal more half the time anyway. But if you can get one trade, You know, a couple of points, get you a couple of points and get off, enjoy your life. Well, that's if you've got a life. I haven't got much of a life at the moment. So we do seem to be finding some support. So are we going to smash through it eventually? Or are we going to go sideways? See, now there is a possibility as we're going sideways that maybe we do pick up that trend line. So let's put that like that. So we got the bit that concerns me is if this is a bigger channel, we've come right to the top there, we've struggled there, and now we're finding some support. So I would suggest here, for me, I would expect a break or maybe a reversal, or I don't know is the answer. It's hard to say. I am starting to find my rhythm. Yeah, I think you do. The more you do this, the more it becomes a routine and a daily job. You do seem to feel like you know, when I started trading, I felt like I was out my depth. You know, I felt like I was a boy in a man's world, but I feel like I can hold my own now. Especially with my trades. My trading level has got to the level now where I'm confident I can make money. The bit that still scares me is the emotional side of it, which is always the toughest bit. But I'm assuming, what I will say is it's definitely feathered away. Now, yesterday, I did something that I'm not going to do again. I generally wait for a good setup and take it. If I think it's an okay setup, I tend to leave it. But what I decided to do, I took a triple test, which I knew was a little bit risky, and I decided to do it on one of my accounts. And I shouldn't have done, and I won't do that again. And what happened is I carried on trading after. I didn't just jump in, but I did take another trade. If you noticed yesterday, it was whipping around, and I got chopped up again. And I lost another $350, and I traded a couple of more, and once I got so far down, there was no end to it. Now, in the past, what I'd have done, I'd have gone straight onto another account out of pure frustration and blown that one, and I'd have done it again. The last few times I've had 4 accounts, I've done exactly that. But when I lost that account yesterday, I flat rightly refused. I ain't doing it again. I ain't doing any more accounts. My other accounts are fine. I'm not blowing them. I'm not wasting my sodding time anymore. I've had enough. So I shut down the computer and walked away. And not with any fantastic willpower. I just said I ain't pissing around wasting me money anymore. So new rule, I don't split up my accounts, not even evaluations. I trade everything together. If I don't think the setup is good enough to trade on all of them, I ain't doing it again. So I'm getting to that stage where I'm able to just refuse to do it. Now, every single time when I've ever blown an account, and I've got multiple other accounts, I move straight onto another one out of frustration and try to make up what I've lost. Yesterday, I said I ain't doing it anymore. I'm not chucking away money. I'm not wasting my time anymore, throwing money away. And I'm not, as Matt calls it, being a donor. And I walked away perfectly fine. You get to the point where you think, fucking, yeah, absolutely. Brighton. I think I know what that is. Yeah. I refuse to throw away my money anymore because I'm better than that. So I took that stupid risk, which I shouldn't have done. And when I blew that account, I thought, I ain't doing it anymore. It makes me angry now throwing money away. Nice little triple test there. Yeah, it was what got me in that trouble, a triple test. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, as far as a triple test goes, it's actually not a bad one, that. And what makes it even better is because of the small risk. It's about as small as available at the moment. What's that? So realistically, tick above, tick below. It may even work out at less than 2 points, that, and that clearly works. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I like that. Sometimes I've got to zoom in. At the moment, I'm just seeing congestion and I'm chit chatting. Cool to watch your discipline change. Thanks, mate. It does change slowly. And I've mentioned this before with the sort of the physical side of it. You know, for instance, if you were losing weight or you went down a gym, you could slowly see yourself day by day changing. But what goes on in the mind, it's very hard to see. So it's very hard to sort of see that you're doing better. But if I sit down and think about how I used to feel, but I watched this thing a couple of weeks ago and it said, most importantly, you need to find out your trigger. What triggers you? And I thought about that the other day. And what I've found is when I take a stupid trade or a risky trade, that's what tends to set me off, and then I take another bad setup. So the simple thing is, as long as I take a trade that I believe to be a good setup, I can live with a loss. It's when I know in my own mind I shouldn't have really taken that. So that is a big trigger of mine. And another one is losing one account as well, which I did yesterday. That's always triggered me now. 4 other times I've had 4 accounts. And I've decided to take a risk with one of them, and I've lost that account. Automatically, I can't control myself. I jump straight into another one, and I try and get back on that one that I lost on the first one. And the last time I blew 4 accounts, I went through them one at a time within the space of an hour. But last night, I thought, screw you, I ain't doing it anymore. I'm not chucking away my money anymore. So the simple answer is I'm able to now feel like I've got some control. But another rule I have to implement, that from now on I'm not splitting the accounts up. If it's not good enough set up to trade on all the accounts. I mean, the simple answer is, if you decide to take a trade but you only want to do it on one of your accounts, the answer is you're doing it because it's slightly more risky. Well, I generally don't want to take riskier trades. Now, I get it if people do. If people take 60-70% trades, you're going to make money because you're playing the numbers. But I would prefer to wait for those better setups because I'm not a fan of taking losses. But if you can control the losses side of it and then take riskier trades. But for me, I just don't want the riskier stuff. Absolutely, yeah. If you've got $10,000 in 10 accounts, then yeah, if you want to take something a bit risky because the gut feeling tells you it may be okay, then absolutely. You know, but while you're trying to build accounts and you're trying to hit payment levels, I think the best thing to do is to stay away from the risky stuff. But yeah, as you say, when you've got a ton of money in each account and you've got $40,000-$50,000 sat in the bank, then you don't mind risking a few $100s on an account, do you, if you think it's a good trade. Blue collar, yeah, you're the same way. Yeah, it does take time, but you can't see it when it goes on in your mind as you can, with your body if you're trying to get fit or something. But John, how you doing, John? John Chan, how you doing, buddy? It's time to invest in GAT add-on. There's a future where you can lock all tradings for the day. Saved me a bunch of times already. GAT, that rings a bell. Oh, I know what you mean. Guardian Angel Trader, is it something like that? Yeah. I am denied about that. Is that something I want to get into? But, Guardian Angel Trader, I think if you've got into a bad habit of taking silly, risky trades, I think it's a temporary... do we call it a temporary fix? I think it will hopefully get you out of that bad habit, because habits, they are there for a reason, aren't they? They are there. They're hard to get out of. So I think letting some sort of tech take over and control your access or limit your access to trading, I don't think it's a bad thing. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? If you've got a habit, you're smoking or biting nails or whatever you're going to do, you've got to try and put something into place to stop that habit. Now, fortunately, in this day and age with technology, there are certain softwares available that you can, set that I set a maximum loss of 500 a day or a maximum of 2 trades, or I can't trade after this hours or before this hours. So I think it's an all right. I think it's a good idea. And if it gets you out of that habit, I've had a couple of conversations with it, and some people say, well, if you can't control yourself, but hey, welcome to trading. We are trading, but we're also gambling. And gambling's no different. We're risking on an outcome. And if it gets you away from that habit and helps you break that habit, I think it's only a good thing. I'm just wondering whether Nutty's been using it. I know he started to use it, but he's coming very close to a payday, and he had problems blowing accounts, so maybe it's helped him. But if it enables you to break that cycle, then it's only a good thing, And if you want to have a go at it, good luck to you. I think it's worth a go if you're finding it hard. But a couple of people have said, "Oh, I don't know. If you can't control yourself, I don't like it." But it's not for everyone. But I think if it helps you break that cycle, then it's only a good thing. People with money in the bank have learned not to take risks. Yeah. I think the more money you get, have you noticed sometimes the most wealthiest people are usually the tightest? When you start to get money, you don't want to lose it. You don't want to give it away. But whereas us at the moment, taking risks to try and build accounts, technically you haven't got a lot to lose. So that's when you take your stupidest risks, really. I adjusted my channel starting at 51.86.5. 51.86. I did just look down here. I adjusted it 51.86. So you've gone from here, have you? I have noticed that sometimes it works out. It helps you if you do that. Let's see where that comes from. 86. So you're around here, aren't you? So this little bunch here, I'm assuming. I can't see 86. 86.5. So you're around about here, aren't you? Yeah. So you're there, I think. Oh, let's get out of the way. Something like that. Yeah, in fact, I'd probably even go as far as to put it there. And it fits better, I think. Let me have a look. Fits nice at the top. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Maybe. The thing that scares the shit out of me is the one time I'll go in. Have you ever noticed this? You see it go like that, and the one time you get in, it triggers you, stops you out, decides to reverse. You can almost time it like clockwork, but yeah, maybe something like that. We got that little spike, haven't we, there? That little spike, and it comes back and sits there. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad, actually. What we're looking like on the NQ. I'm kind of happy with how the NQ is working. So look at this now. So there is second entry long there.
Order submitted.
Have a look at this. It's a relatively small risk. There's something I don't like about it.
Order cancelled.
It hasn't triggered anyway. We're holding on the NQ at the moment, so maybe we just come back a little bit further. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, maybe. So one leg, 2 legs, that will be better. So we may get a break on the NQ unless there's a spike in channel there. Maybe, actually. Let's have a look. Let's put that there. Trouble is, if you don't get your channel right, you can get yourself into a bit of bother. Let's put that there after that spike in channel. So here comes that second leg now. One leg break, new low. So far so good. Nice leg and a leg. If this ends up bullish, what I'll probably do is wait for the higher low. And what I will say is, a slight concern with this is we're at the top. We're at the top. Sorry, we're at the top. We're at the top now. There's a little bit of, we haven't quite pushed up there, and that might be why we get a bit of a break here. A big saddle shows up at 52.50. Look at that. 52.50. Yeah, that's right up the top, isn't it? Are we going to get up there? It's hard to say. I'm not liking this. I would prefer a bigger break than that. So for me, I personally am not taking that. Now, it is, you know, pretty bullish, which is fair enough, but it's just something about this I don't like. That does look like a little channel, so maybe we're going to have a break and a new low, but the way that's coming down is concerning me. I always like to give myself a chance to get trapped. So let's have a look. I would prefer something like this, really. Maybe come down to this level even and then start to work up again. You know, I've mentioned this before. Going back maybe a couple of years ago, whenever we got a break from, I'm not even taking that either, because we could get a lower high there. That to me could be a trap. Going back a couple of years, every time we seem to break from the channel, we push straight up. But now, sometimes we'll have a break and we'll have a break and we'll work very slowly and eventually look up. Yeah, I'm not getting involved here at the moment. So if we got this little break, that we're a little channel there with the break, and we're attempting a new low. So there is some support along there. So maybe we'll have a bounce there and work up. But at the moment, I'm just sitting tight. Yeah, there is some big orders up here. But there's some more buyers here as well. Around about the 29 mark, somewhere around about here. So I'd like to see this play out first and then slowly start to work. Downtrends break, retest the lows way quicker than, yeah, they do. So far on the NQ, we're still holding there. We've had this little channel there with a break with a new low. This does look like we may be making a higher low. Unfortunately, we haven't got it here. My concern is we got a channel down with the break. We haven't made a new low, so we could trigger this and then come down for a second entry short. The NQ's not looking too bad. If we can get above this lot in the NQ, I think it'll go. But this, we haven't really got a setup here, unfortunately. Maybe we get a failure. I want to see that trigger and work up for a higher low, in which case I may do it. But at the moment, looking on the NQ, we've made 1, 2, 3. Could be a sort of triple test. This may come down on the NQ. But there is a higher low and it's holding, so it may be okay. But I'm not taking... There's no setup here anyway, unfortunately for us. So we got a channel down. We may have 1-2 attempts to go higher and then come down. That bullish bar's triggered now. My concern is that comes down. And we got a bearish pin bar now. We've triggered above all this. There'll be longs in there, possibly some here. And we got a bearish pin bar. Yeah, trouble is we got a higher low there, but then we've had that big bearish pin bar with that coming down. So hopefully that'll turn. And now it's getting a bit congested, so we could have a leg, a bit of sideways followed by a leg. So in other words, a leg, bit of sideways, a leg, so a leg and a leg, maybe a bit of a correction here. So that second entry short is triggered on the ES, and that's coming down now. So if you took that bar or anything else, that's coming down, kind of what I expected, but not quite that swiftly. So if you took that long, you got taken out. It's just congested here. I wouldn't have got in there. See, nowadays, trades like that a couple of years ago would have worked. It's a higher low. We got a channel, a break, and a new low, a higher low. I bet a few people have got stuck there. But what I will say is that area there is just pure congestion. And when it is congested, it just means it's going to be, it could just go any old way. So, I mean, you can see that congestion there. It's going sideways. Pushed up at that higher low. The trouble is you're going high there into support there. You've got a few bars along there, so that would have been extra risky. I'd have preferred to wait to get above all this, come back and retest and then push up. So now we've had that channel with a break, 2 attempts to go higher, second entry short, we've come down and retested this. So it'd be nice now to get a couple of tests of this and then push higher, but I think you do get used to noticing traps. I don't get trapped nowhere near as much as I used to. I'd have taken that before, and I'd have taken that before on the NQ, but now I'm aware of these traps. And yeah, so I'm still not a massive fan of this channel, in all fairness. Whether it is a spiking channel or not, it's hard to say. But the fact that we're holding here, if we do start to work up, then you know I would say yeah. But we could always go sideways and start to range a bit. So we got one leg down, so we got 2 legs and possibly a nice looking bar. Let's have a look on the NQ. So we got a leg down to there. No. Not sure we do look like we got a leg and a leg. What's going on in the simple thing to do is when you're not sure is just to stay out of it. But what I will say is we've had that channel, typical sort of like a penguin style trade. We made 2 attempts to go higher, failure. I wouldn't have taken that purely and simply because of the strong uptrend, but it's a second entry short. So I think there's a good chance it's going to work, but just out of principle, I wouldn't take that because of this strong uptrend. I'm still not a massive fan of that channel. Let's have a look here now. So there is a possibility now we could range a little bit here. So if I did take something, I want to be out before them tops. So quite a nice bullish bar on the NQ. So we've had 2 clear legs down and a nice bullish bar and a strong push up. So if this holds the NQ, I'd say a trade from that level will get us up to these highs. Trouble is, if we do range, you don't know whether we're going to do it at the tops or here. So that concerns me. At the moment, 4 PAs and an eval. I lost a PA yesterday. I took a stupid risk. I decided to reduce and take a risky, a more aggressive trade on just one of the accounts, and that is a recipe for disaster. So from now on, new rule: if the trade isn't good enough to trade on everything, I don't take it. But on the upside, on the plus side, every other single time I've done that, I've gone back in and traded other accounts after, and I haven't. You can see those. They remain exactly the same as they did yesterday. I flat out just refuse to. I ain't doing any more. So, unfortunately, we got nothing here. Crossing it with your something win rates. Yeah. I mean, you do take less trades, but I'd rather take less trades and take more winners. I get people taking the more aggressive trades and playing the numbers because the numbers don't lie. If you're taking 70% win rate trades, you're going to make money, no doubt about it. But you need balls of steel to be able to put up with the extra losses. So even if we get a pullback here, I don't think I want to take a trade that close to these tops, because there is a possibility we could just range for a bit. If I'm going to take a long, it's going to be down here somewhere. Still using Trader Sync. I am, mate, yeah. To be fair, how do I want to phrase this so I don't lose it? I find it a bit of a pain in the arse. I find it near damn impossible to get my figures to match. So I think at some point, when I start to become, well, more consistent, I may move over to TradeZeller. Now, I have got, can't import though, into TradeZeller. Can you not now? I am using Stonk Journal. It's free and does the job. Let me take a photo of that. I just find it near damn impossible to get matching figures for some reason. I've put in, you know, the fees and all that, but every time it's different. So it's a bit of a ball. Like there's a couple of things I don't like about it. Can't import though. You can't import on that. Well, it's okay if we're only taking a trade or so. What makes it a bit more complicated is because I'm trading like four trades at the same time. I import TradeZeller. It's good in my opinion. Yeah, I think TradeZeller is probably where I'll go. I think now. Don't get me wrong. I have got a free version of Trader Sync. They offered me a free version, and it's okay. But for some reason, I just can't seem to get matching figures. So whether it's something I'm doing or not, I don't know. But I've been into the settings. I've entered the fees. And that, but I don't know. But what I didn't realise, you know that Asian guy that I brought up here a couple of times, he does seem to do very well. He's the one that owns that TradeZeller. But I think it's about $30. I think it's, what is it, Jay? It's about $30 a month, something like that. I think it's $30 or $35 a month. Mind you, if you're earning decent money, I don't think it's bad. But what I like about TradeSync is that you can just import your trades in. But as I say, I can't seem to get the figures to match, so I'm forever going and adjusting it, which is a bit of a pain. I bought the 1 year discount, holiday special, yeah. Actually, I did use Wilson's for a while. Wilson's got a spreadsheet, a pretty impressive one as well, actually, which keeps track of all your figures. But with the exception of that stupid revenge trader on that one account, I think my win rate was about 94%, 93 point something percent, something like that, 94 point something percent. So when I'm careful, I can get a good win rate. But it does mean taking one a day, and on the odd occasion you don't take. I tend to I've averaged 3 or 4 winning trades a week, something like that. So I do take less trades, but if I can get three winning trades in a week for 2 points a go, that's $600 trading 2 contracts. I'm all right with that. As long as I can average a couple of $1,000 a month, I'm more than happy with that. It'd be nice to have a few more setups, but sometimes it is what it is. Okay, so what are we going to do here? We've triggered that bearish bar, so trouble is, like, there's no setup there. There's nothing there really. You may have bought there, but it's quite a big bar, that. So I'd just rather not do that, just in case I've missed this trade and then we start to come down. There's always a possibility if I decide to go long there, it's going to trigger me and start to come down if I've missed something. So if we can bounce off here and come down again, see, a lot of the times that I've noticed with these channels, when we have a break, we make one attempt to go lower, a second attempt to go lower, and then slowly work up. So if we can get down here, I'll consider that as 1 test, 2 tests, and 3 tests if we can get another leg down here. So then we'll say, but just excuse me just for a quick minute. Okay. This 71% off and 3 days to pass finishes, I think, tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Tomorrow evening. So hopefully we'll get something a little bit better. Got to say, I haven't really taken too much advantage of this. One thing I like about it at the moment is you can reset an account for $35. That's the better option, I think, than taking the 71% off. But hopefully we'll get back up to the 80s and 90%. So we do seem to be finding a bit of resistance here, whether it'll push up or not, but we've pushed up, lost momentum a little bit. We've triggered that bearish bar. For me, that was always going to get stopped out. So are we going to push up? I'd like to see it come down and test one more time. But I'll only take a trade off this bottom in case it does come down partially and then goes. Can also reset an old account instead of... Absolutely, it's a better option. Just keep it in mind, if it's an old account that's 2 weeks old, when you reset it, it still starts from that 2 weeks back, if that makes sense. So you're going to get charged again in 2 weeks. So just keep it in mind when you originally had that account. When you reset account, it does originally go back to the start date. So just keep that in mind. We've got all-time highs up here again. We haven't been up there for a couple of days, so I mean that's a fair old move. What is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 points up to here. There's always a possibility we could just be creating some range tops, and we may end up having a bigger range. Yeah, I do like the trade journals, and I do like it when they give you access to the equity curve, because ultimately that's the thing that's, you know, gives you everything you need to know about your trading, what your equity curves looks like. I mean, I've seen some equity curves of some professional traders and they look nice and solid, and then sometimes you'll have a big couple of drops down and then it goes up again, and then a big couple, so they still have, you know, reasonable losses. But the trouble is, sometimes when we take a loss, it's like the end of the world, when really it's just a sort of little hiccup in life, isn't it? It shouldn't define you. I think Sam said to me that once, don't let one bad day define you as a trader. It's stuck in my head, that. And it's important to remember that just because you have a bad day, ultimately, it's what your equity curve's like over a month or 2 months or 3 months. As long as it's slowly working up, then you're consistent. So looking at the NQ, we've got that big bullish bar there, which is triggered. What I like about the NQ is this bullish bar down the bottom. We've got two nice really legs. I really like that bar, and the way you can see buyers pushed it straight up. We've come back again, so I'm not sure whether we're losing a little bit of momentum, but there's a big bullish bar there that's triggered, so we could come down. Again, the only slight concern I have there is what if we come down so far before we push up. If this flushes down on the NQ, I'll be surprised if it goes down and stops that bar out. For me, that's a solid entry. So we ain't got far to come. So whether that will get us right to the bottom here, I don't know. I would prefer it to come back and then to catch it on the way up. You know, should we get an entry? So I always like it when we have a break, if we had one attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. There is a second entry long on the NQ. Depending on how that finishes, that might not look that bad. I like the way we've pushed up and gone once, twice, so that may push up. Depending on how it finishes, it's nearly at that. Yeah, okay, I had a feeling that was going to do that. There'd have been some shorts there for sure. Second entry short, which is triggered. Nice strong bullish bar, and we're up, making a high out of that. I really like that setup. Unfortunately, we didn't get anything like it on here, but that I like that. Really lovely looking visual second entry. Nice solid bar. And off it went. That's why I didn't take anything here, just in case it comes part of the way down and off it goes. I prefer it to get down to here and catch it on the way up, because you never know what's going to happen here. So we got that channel up and a bit of a correction there. So what's going on? Stu Alpine talking about how when you're on the PA and Apex asks you to take you live, if you blow those accounts, they can ban you for 6 months to 1 year. Yeah. They ask you to go live. The thing is, if they do ask you to go live, they're going to do it because you're making money. And they also give you the option, apparently, to withdraw everything you've made. You ever spoken to Black Bay? Not a little bit. Just on some of his, just when he first started, really. When he first started streaming, I'd have a little chit chat with him, but no, not a great deal. Not a great deal. Couple of words really in the forum, in the Discord, but to be honest with you, I don't have much time in the Discord really, because you know, obviously chatting with you guys and my head's all over the screen, so I don't have a great deal of time. But I don't think he's been trading that long, has he? Maybe a year or two, year and a half, I don't know. But what I will say about him is he certainly puts the hours in. He trades more hours than anybody I know. So I think he'll do all right. He's got fit. Yeah, he hasn't traded ever, has he? I think he's building up. Personally, it's the first time he's ever had PA accounts. So getting a lot of them is risky, I think, personally. I would like to say until you can get one to pay, I would only ever get one, because it'd be a damn shame to build up 20 and then end up something goes wrong. Because when you move from an evaluation to a PA, you are climbing up a whole new level of emotions. So personally, I would always, or my suggestion to anyone newish would be, when you're trading, stick to one evaluation. Just one at a time, because you're going to blow a ton of them, and much better to blow one than multiple ones. When you can pass them and you can start to get PAs, then I get, you know, having a few more. But I tend to think you're better off to get something to pay before you add more. I haven't followed those rules myself, but if I was going to tell me inexperienced self a few years ago, then I'd have said that. So we've pushed up to the top. Are we going to get 2 legs back and then work high? It's hard to say. Second entry long. At the moment, see, we've had this 2 legs back and we do seem to be working up again. Whether we'll continue or not, I don't know, but I am wondering whether we're going to end up doing something like that. 2 legs back and a higher low. I don't think that'd be a bad call. It is a second entry long. I always tend to wait for the higher low, just in case I've made a mistake. We've got a little channel down here with a break. We haven't made a new low yet, so I like to give it a chance to trigger me and come down, make a new low and stop me out. So most of the time now, I don't even take second entries unless they're obvious. I much prefer higher lows. They're a lot more reliable. We had that same thing there, didn't we, channel down there? So, I mean, it wasn't really bullish anyway, but if you'd have taken something there, it stopped you out. So I always like to give it a chance to trigger me and stop me out. And then wait for the higher low. But, you know, we could be doing something like that. It's quite a bullish day, isn't it, so far? So we've had this big strong up and we've had two legs, a nice sort of correction, a push up, maybe two legs back, and then off we go again. That's what I'm thinking. Hate it when it goes really slow. It makes me nervous. I wonder if there is like a two-tiered channel there. Possible. I mean, I don't mind not bringing it down to here because it's been that strong above that EMA. Okay, so leg break down to the bottom I would prefer, and then catch it on the way up. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, could do, mate. It could do. I'm not a fan of my channel, really. Anyway, we've pushed up. I'd like one attempt to go lower, a second attempt to go lower, just two legs back, followed by a bigger move up. I'd want to come down here first. It's a shame about that one. I wasn't happy with my channel. Normally I'd take a trade like that. We got a nice channel down. We made one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, failure. It's a second entry short as well. And obviously you can see sellers came straight in there and pushed that straight down. So that was a nice trade. It's just unfortunately not confident on what I'm seeing here. So there is a possibility we could be just creating range highs and we could end up being a bigger range and we could come down. So it's just not that clear for me at the moment what's going on. Are we likely to continue up? Because we're struggling on the NQ at the moment. See, at the end of the day, we've had a break of the channel. We've made a new high by a few ticks. So technically that channel's played out. Say that on the NQ, it looks like we're about to drop. It's really struggling to get up. I was wondering whether we get a break here and a second entry short followed by a lower high would take us down to these bottoms. Okay, there is a failed second entry short, but I'm just not having any of this at the moment. This NQ, I don't know what it's going to do. It's going sideways. I mean, it could go up, or it could just flipping tank. And not only that, one leg, two leg, it may trigger you and come down. So I'm not saying it won't work, but personally, I'm not getting involved in that. Could be a channel with a break and then a new low. I don't know. It's in the middle of sideways. I ain't going along this close to the tops. And with things looking a bit unnervy, that bullish bar on the NQ has triggered. No, it hasn't actually. I just don't like this. We've had two legs back. We've pushed up. We've had a few. Whether we're with one test, two tests, whether we come down and make a third test before we push. I just don't like what I'm seeing. It's congested and unclear. So I'm not taking anything at the moment. it's just hard to tell at the moment. It could go either way. But that NQ is looking a bit precarious. There's probably going to be some longs there, maybe some longs there. So if it does push down, it's just hard to say. But it just looks like it's about to tank to me. Whether it's just a feeling I've got. It never triggered that failure anyway, so we got a little channel maybe with a break, and I would suggest we're probably going to come down and make a new low that. So if there was any longs in there or wherever, I just had a feeling it was going to do that. I think you get used to seeing these things, don't you? When they're really struggling to get up, sometimes they'll just give up the goat and down it'll come. So let's see if this bullish bar after this correction holds. I would suggest it would, because I would say there's probably going to be quite a few people trading that. So I might be wrong, but it depends. I would think that would be more likely to hold. We'll soon find out. So 1, 2, 3, could call this a triple test. I would be inclined to take a higher low, but it would have to look absolutely beautiful. I just wouldn't have taken that one. That body is not close enough to there for me. I would consider this triple test once, twice, 3 times. But I would prefer the safer option to take a higher low just in case you get stung. So we got this leg up. We got one attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. I would expect this to go up to the top again. Unfortunately, we got no setup there. I don't like the way that little bullish bar's triggered and come down. So let's see what happens here. Is it going to break below there? It's bounced off there. Is it going to break below it? It has done, yeah. So I'm just staying out of this at the moment. Let's see if that now does change. So we've had a break and we've had 2 pushes down to a new low or a matching low. So let's see what happens here. That's interesting. That looks like rejection to me. So if anybody took that off there, trigger just dumped you out. That's interesting. Okay, so that's a failed break out of a range. It's a massive bar, so I prefer to wait for the higher low in all fairness. So, channel break, 2 pushes down to a new low. Oh. There is a higher low there. That is
Order
very
submitted.
tempting. It's a little bit short than I would have liked.
Order cancelled. Order submitted.
Come on, come get me. Oh dear, oh well.
Order canceled. So there's a possibility of something like that, I think. Not sure. Not sure.
Hate it when it's slow like this. I'd either ride it move or not at all. Nothing worse than it grinding slowly. Just excuse me, just for a minute. Okay, right, we've got a break. Let's have a look. You never know. See, if this is a failed break out of here, which I think it is, I would expect it to push higher. And on the NQ, we've sort of come back and had 3 bars there, and that's triggered So it's hard to say at the moment. There's nothing you can really do just yet, not on here anyway. So if you took that bar there on the NQ, you'd just been stopped out. So we've now got a first entry. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we've come out the bottom, we've pushed in. Now we could either come back and test this and push up, or we could drop out the bottom. I really got no idea, in all fairness. It does seem to be losing a bit of momentum. I mean, technically that channel's played out. We've had a break and made a new high there by a few ticks. Could just be setting up some range tops there. In which case, I can move that up there. That kind of fits pretty nice. One, two, three. It's hard to know what's going on here, really. Once we've gone past this line, I think the buck stops there. If we can get below that, then I'm suggesting we're going to come down then. But we have got maybe 1, 2 triple test. That's our last sort of ditch attempt to go higher. Nothing I can do with that really. Might work, might not. Trouble is, we did this a minute ago, started pushing up nice and strong, and you think, yeah, we've come off the bottoms up to the tops, and all of a sudden it took a nosedive. So I just can't get in here really, even with a higher low, because you don't know whether it's going to come down. I mean, there's always that possibility. Maybe something like that. That's interesting. We've got up to the MA and quite a bearish. Took that on the NQ. That one there. I'm just not sure about this because we seem to, when we took off last time, we hit a certain level and then dropped strong. So I'm wondering whether we're coming down, and that's just a bit of a pullback. I really don't know. Could do anything. I've got no idea what it's going to do here. We got this leg down. We could make one attempt, two attempts, and then drop like a stone. I've got no idea. 1 minute chart active looked. Yeah. I mean, if you've got a different strategy, then absolutely, yeah. You know, what I will say is we've had that channel up, we've had a break, and we've made a new high, and we're making multiple attempts to go higher, and every time we get up there, we're getting lower and lower. So I think personally, this is going to break out below. I might be wrong, but I mean, they say don't go against the market, don't they? And at the moment, the market's telling us it's struggling to get up. Now, does that mean I'd take a trade like that? I wouldn't, but what does that tell you? I think, you know, it's struggling to get up and it's going strong. I mean, it's a massive bar, so I wouldn't take that anyway. But if we get below this, then I think it's game over because there's a triple test there. But that just says a lot to me, that does. We've pushed down, we struggled here, made really big bearish bar. I mean, that's 17 ticks pushing down. I mean, I couldn't take that short if I wanted to. One, it's 17 ticks, and two, it's going short into this. This doesn't lie either, so see if we get a second entry short. If we can get below this, there'll be stops there, probably stops there. Couple of legs back. There's going to be people going along. But I mean, ultimately, we're making lower highs. Could be anything really. It could be trapping shorts. It's hard to say. Trapping longs. But what I will say is, I mean, we got an ascending, descending triangle. I don't know what, do they tend to pop out the top and nose off? I've got no idea. But we have had a break and a new high. So that channel has played out. So it's so hard to say. What is that? That's a descending triangle. Is that, do they tend to pop out the top? I can't remember. But I don't know. It could just be a range. We could end up taking a dive down this way. I got no idea. It's not often you see something like that. Wow, look at that. They tend to pop in the direction of the trend, so up. Yeah, I don't tend to follow patterns, but I am aware of them. So not only that, I mean, we have had a triple test, and I like the fact that that big bearish bar is triggered. And if we can get above there, I'd say we are going to push up. There is a higher low there, which is 11 ticks, so it's a 3-point. Trouble is, I just can't go long. Yeah, I think they call that an ascending triangle, which is a bullish pattern. Trouble is, we've got this channel down there. We could make one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, and fail and come down. So I don't tend to trade patterns anyway. I'm aware of them, but I can't take a trade based on that. It's gone up and made a double top. So for me personally, it's just a stay out moment. I was tempted to take a trade above there, but I stayed out of it in the end. It is a higher low, and if it can break above there, I'd expect it to go over. But we are making lower highs, so I'm just sitting tight, really, I think. We are about to break it. If we break it on here, I think we'll do it here, but I'm just staying out of this one at the moment. If I was on an evaluation, I'd have a go at it. I don't mind taking riskier trades. We're above that bearish bar on the NQ, but it's not rushing up like I thought it might do. Not only that, we're making a triple top here. So there could be a second, we got a leg down, there could be a second entry short, and it could come down. I got no idea. Not a bloody clue. Trouble is, they do say it's a bullish pattern, but it could go a little bit further before it pops out if it does, so it could. You took that, it could come down and bounce along these lows a bit more. We don't usually get nothing that obvious, but it's pretty obvious that. But it's not for me, I'm afraid. We've got some news coming up as well in about 45 minutes. Let's not forget that. There is a possible second entry short on the NQ. Made 2 attempts to push higher, so it's hard to say at the moment what's going to happen. I got no idea. Not a Scooby-Doo. XRP, oh, is it really? It's the one thing. Well, XRP and Cardano haven't really done a lot, have they? Solana's just, well, we know what Solana's done. Solana's about 10x, 12x or something. Solana shot down to $8 temporarily, didn't it? Let's have a look. XRP. Yeah, has had a bit of a push. We're up to nearly 70 cents. Cardano, what's that doing at the moment? Just not doing a great deal. Where's Bitcoin? Still 71 and a bit. I've got some, a gaming one which I bought last year. Freaking Jesus, Shirio Inu. That's up 70% today. Over the last 30 days, I bought this. Mind you, I lost a stack of money on it, and it's up 250% over the last 30 days. So I reckon about another year, I should get me money. I didn't put a lot into it. I just got sucked into it. I put about £400 in. I think at the moment, it's probably worth about $50 or something like that. Something crazy, but a lot of people rave about it, so that might be the one that I don't know. You can't even buy it anywhere really. It's not on any exchanges. I think you got to get it through what's it called? Sushi Swap, Pancake Swap, something. I don't know. I haven't done it for a year, but at least it's making a move. Okay, is this thing taking a nosedive now? If we get through these bottoms, I think it's over going long, I think. But what it might do is drop and then turn. I don't know, really, is the answer. Just got my third PA to pay. Good for you, mate. Now I am ready for that. Excellent. Get yourself off, mate. Drink some good quality scotch. Good on you, mate. Good on you. Hopefully I'll be joining you here this week. Be interesting to see what Bitcoin goes to, whether it hits $100,000 in this cycle. Because of all these ETFs, it's injected a lot of money into it. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets up to $150,000. There's a lot of people thinking, and talking about investing into. I was listening on the news, some financial news this morning. There's lots of talk about, digital currency completely taken over from the paper stuff. Whether it'll ever happen in our lifetimes or not, I don't know. But it's definitely a really interesting asset. If I was a young lad again and I had 10,000 spare cash, I'd probably wait till the end of the bull run before I put it in Bitcoin. But you never know how far Bitcoin's going to come down. If a lot of people do invest it, it might react somehow different. There's probably going to be more legislation this year, more control over it. So there's probably not going to be the massive profits that there's been. But who knows? If we can get below here, I think that's the last ditch attempt to traders to go long. But we've been up here and we've struggled and we're coming back. If we get below there, I think it's game over. But I don't know. Hard to believe you could have bought Bitcoin for cents back in 2012. Unbelievable. God, if only we knew. Mind you, I still think that we're still very early on in crypto. A lot of people say Bitcoin will hit $1 million at some point. I don't doubt it. But you just don't know whether to get hold of some of these and hold on to them. I wish it was a little bit safer to hold on to. I don't like the idea of cold wallets because you've got some sort of digital device holding your life savings. I like the fact that my money's locked up in a bank, and if there's any issues, the bank have to cough up for it. But that's the trouble with, with sort of digital currency. There's so many people have lost millions and millions by losing their seed phrase and their details to get back into these accounts. I see a video years ago about this guy searching for a rubbish tip in the US, looking for his old computer that he got Bitcoin on it, stored on it, worth millions. It is crazy. I'm assuming the banks will go that way at some points because the banks are going to be losing a lot of money. Especially with the online banks now. I mean, I use Revolut and Monzo. You get much better deals, better offerings that you ever get in a bank. As far as I'm concerned, the banking system is the biggest con known to man. They take our millions, give us less than inflation for it. So at a loss, they invest it, make a ton of money, and we get absolutely nothing for it. So I think banks are really going to have to start competing and start broadening their service base. Otherwise, they're going to start losing lots of customers. Okay, is this off down now, or is it? We've broke below here, but we've come back a little bit. What are we going to do? Are we going to bounce and rock it up? I would suggest we're going to come down from there. Just looking at the heat map on Bookmap, there's orders sat around the 22-23, which is down here, which, I mean, if you've got stops around here, they're probably a little bit lower. But I think it's too late now, personally. So, are we now in a downtrend? The NQ looks very much like it, unless we're just going to have two legs. So, it does look to me like a downtrend. We've had multiple attempts to go higher there, and a lower high. Trouble is, you can't really take that into those lows, unfortunately. So really, all that's happened is we got this channel with a break and a new high, and now we seem to be slowly working down. I think I can get rid of that. Whether we have a couple of legs and then work higher, I've got no idea, but it looks like more like a trend channel now. It's just a push-up break. Two legs back, and I made a new high, and now slowly grinding down. Trouble is, you can get that focused on going long, you end up getting trapped. I've done it myself. When the obvious answer is, the most obvious answer is usually the right one, so we got to break there, new high, and now we're slowly winding down. I was shaking my hands, get during a challenge. I've had my knees scrambling, put it that way. I mean, we know we've got to wait for a good setup, go for it and commit, but it doesn't stop it, especially when you're getting close to a payout, especially if you want to take that payout. And in all honesty, I think in the early days, I think if you can get to payout level, I'd suggest you take it. I didn't used to, but the trouble is I've lost accounts when I've been above the pay level, and I think it's a good idea to get it to pay, dramatically reduce the risk on that account, and then let it ride. It's free money, isn't it? It's almost like buying Bitcoin for 10,000. It gets to 20,000. You take your 10,000 out. You've got your money back. You can let it ride. It's free money. So personally, that's the way I'm looking at this from now on. Not only that, I don't know whether I fancy spending 6 to 12 months trying to get 10, 12 grand in an account that I can take out monthly, and then something goes, something's up with Rhythmic and I end up losing it. I don't know, I've got to live with myself. So I personally think get the 2,600. When you get above there, take your payment and then reduce your risk, and then just let it ride. Try and build it up, and then just add some more accounts. That's what that what's it does. I thought he was up 9 grand, wasn't he, yesterday? Alpine guy. As long as he's not going back on and trading the rest of the day and losing it all, he's going to make a stack of money. That I'd love to know what his strategy is. It'd be nice to take one trade during the market open and that's it. Finish for the rest of the day. Whatever he does, he's very good at it. I think what we should do, we should all club together, have him kidnapped, and then force him to tell us. And we'll threaten him with a lot poker. And that way we can all make $9,000 a day. Well, 3 hours without a sniff. Yeah, see, to me, that's the first break and a new high, so I wouldn't take that one. I love that. Don't get me wrong. If we're in a downtrend and we had that, I'd snap. I'd take that like a shot. But as this is the first break, you just don't know what it's going to do. It may trigger you, and then it may push up. And at the time, we'd had such a strong buy-in. Can't stop yourself scalping. I haven't always been like this, Paul. Trust me. I remember when I first started trading this pat style, I stuck $5,000 of my own money in it. And I worked out I should have been up about $50 for the day. And what I never take into consideration is there was about $85 worth of fees. So I just taken tons of them. Yeah, I think you just learn in the end. I don't know. I don't know sometimes whether I'm a bit overcautious. Should I have taken that lower high? At the time, we had that support, but sometimes you may see Mac take that or someone else, and I haven't. But I'd rather be a bit on the side of caution rather than err on the side of a bit careless, because I've been a bit careless in the past, and it doesn't feel good. But if I was trading an evaluation, I'd be a lot less cautious. Your replicanter UK isn't UKFT, is it not? Let me have a look. I have a feeling it's UKFT lowercase. Try that, bud. I think it's lowercase. I've got uppercase on here. I had a feeling it's supposed to be lowercase. So give that a whirl. I hate it when it's slow. See, if I was more convinced of this channel, I may have taken that, but in all honesty, I just don't know. It's touching nice at the top, and we got a, it looks like a spike. We got a touch there, a couple of touches there. I don't know whether I actually like it or not. I don't really know it. I mean, if we are just making range tops and we're coming in, then maybe it wasn't that bad to take. But with that such strong uptrend, you just don't know. You know, they don't say don't go against the market. So going short here, it may sting you. But I mean, that looks like a channel with a break. We have made 2 clear attempts to push higher with the bearish bar. So ordinarily, in the right circumstances, I'd take that like a shot. It is a second entry short, and the way it came down worked beautifully. It did what it was supposed to, but with that strong buy-in, I just couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger. If it didn't work, the simple answer would be, why the hell did you go short in such a strong uptrend? So if I get that doubt, what will I say to myself? Still doesn't work, does it not? I'm not too sure. Let me have a look, see if I can't. I'm just trying to think who else will have one. Sam might have one, a code. Does Sam use it? Replicanto. Are you there, Sam? Are you? Have you got a code for Replicanto, bud? Oh, you got one? Yeah, that's fine, mate. All right, bud. Yeah, no worries. As long as you got one, I'll email him after and find out why it's not working. $5.10. I think he's got one now, bud. Apex copy keeps. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of it. You don't think yours is working? No, I might have to get on to him, I think. Yeah, I downloaded it yesterday. Bolts, I hate that. Just can't do nothing there. Too close to the lows. Okay, that didn't work. I'm not sure about that. There's nothing I could do. It's congested. You don't know whether it's going to tick you and come back up a bit ISO. Nothing I could do it. Yeah, I've just dropped them an email anyway. Find out why. So are we now deciding to take a nosedive? We could be. Let's have a look. Channel actually works nice there. Maybe something like that. Trouble is, at the time, we're close to the bottom. You don't know it's going to do that, which is a shame. Funny old day today. Some big, swift, bold moves, sweeping moves, but unfortunately no real entry. There was a lower high there, but at the time I wasn't at the chart. But it's, or was I? I can't remember now. I don't know. I haven't really looked at it, but wonder why people choose it. Tradeovate. I haven't really. What's the benefits? Is there any benefits? It's just a why would you trade that? Why would you use that as opposed to rhythmic? I got no idea, to be fair, mate. I'm not the techiest of people. It's just different data, isn't it? Why do they use one and not the other? Why don't they use both? I don't know. I know a lot of the streamers. Do they really? I don't know. Why use one and not the other? I got no idea, really. Might be something worth looking at. Do you not get problems with it? If you don't get problems with it, why don't Apex just use it as their primary, sort of primary source of data? Or does it only work with certain bits of, certain platforms, different platforms? Okay, I got you. I hear someone mention Tradeovate issues. Oh, is it really? It doesn't seem to it doesn't seem to matter what you do, really. We're all sort of something, isn't it? Do you know what? If there was a way of doing it, I wouldn't even mind buying my own data to get reliability. I don't mind paying for it as long as it's reliable. In an ideal world, I'd love to be able to trade 20 accounts, but there's no way on God's earth I'd risk that much. Ideally, at the moment, I'd like to have 20 accounts and trade them 10 at a time. That way, if anything ever does go wrong and you lose them, you're only losing half of them. But, I would love to be able to trade maximum amount and make maximum profit. But it's just too unreliable. I can't trust Rhythmic, and I ain't trusting it with 20 accounts. I'm not happy about trusting it with, a couple of accounts, but okay, just keep an eye on that news, folks. It's coming up in around about 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes. What is it? I don't recall this 10-year bond auction. I've not seen that on my chart before. 17.1, is that 17.10? I'm not too sure. I've not seen that. I'm assuming it's something new. 10-year bond auction. No idea what it is. Try it out because I don't have Windows. Okay, no issues. Yeah, Doug, are you on a Mac, are you, bud? So Tradeovate is an actual platform, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's a platform, isn't it? How do I transfer? It automatically does it for you, mate. If you go into your Plane account and it asks you to sell it asks you to set up your bank details for withdrawals. Oh, it's a platform, is it? And do it that way. And then I usually get an email from Plane, and 48 hours later it's in. It goes straight in, and I just transfer that into my main bank. Never saw that. No, I've never. Bonds, are they government debt? Are they what? I don't really know. Are they 10-year bond auction? I don't really know. Something tells me. Oh, you're a Chromebook, I got you. Something tells me bonds are government debts. Is that right? I don't know. Oh, it is a platform, is it? Okay. So, I'm confused. Okay. Yes, I like NinjaTrader. I'm used to it. I've been using it for nearly 3 years, so I'm pretty comfortable with it. It does take time to learn these, doesn't it? Yeah. No, it's pretty straightforward, AP. Just go into your Plane setting, and it'll ask you to set your bank details. And you can click the button to automatically withdraw. So as soon as it's cleared in a Plane, they transfer it over, which takes about 48 hours. I mean, Apex are pretty good. They usually pay early. Okay, so what I'm seeing here, this does look like a downtrend. It looks even nicer in on the NQ. So that to me really is just like 2 legs up and a break and a new high, and now a downtrend. So I think we're probably just seeing a larger range here. Makes sense. That's what it does most of the time. Let me have a look. It's close to the bottom here, but it's not. It's not close. I'd consider it an overshoot. No, that's all right. I actually started trading Forex. I did it for about 6 months. I did like a mentorship with a guy from the UK called Andrew Lockwood, who's a currency trader. And he worked in the London Stock Exchange during the 80s as a pit trader. I think he finished his main career working for, I think he worked for Swiss Bank for a while, but I think he finished his main career in Singapore in the early 2000s. He helped them set up all their computer systems when everything went more computerized, and he came back to the UK and just decided to trade from home. And he does, or he's changed now. He does something different. Have you used any of the CFD pro firms? I haven't, no. But I mean, the thing about currency is what I found is I had charts coming out my ears. You'd have your main chart. I think I was trading on, I think it was MT4, not 5, MetaTrader 4. That was a platform. You would do your charting and your analysis on TradingView. So there's, you got 2 charts. Then you would have a separate screen where I would have my what do they call it? What's it called? I would have my shows weak currencies. I forget what they call it now, but something graph. It shows weak currencies against strong currencies. So then you would have another chart there where you would be taking your main trades. And then I would have all the majors on one chart, the minors on the other chart. And you spent most of your time looking for trends, whereas this was refreshing to me because it's just one chart, one time frame. I had currency pairs in the hourly and currency pairs in the 4 hourly. I just had charts coming out my ears, and it was just trying to keep track of it all. It was all right, but I found it a bit of a ball ache. And then when I saw Riley Coleman and Michael Chin trading this, I thought that was for me. It was quick enough because, you know, my mind tends to work at 1.5 speed. Trader Dante. UK Forex Trader Dante. I don't know. There's a bunch of them, isn't there? But the guy I had, Andrew Lockwood, he was part of Forex Signals, and then I think he sold it, and he calls himself now City Traders. but he's very good. He explains himself. I won't play it because you might hear it. The volume's off. That's the guy there. But he worked for, you can see a couple of his jackets there. He worked for Swiss Bank and a few others. But he's very good. He's very good. He explains things really well. And he doesn't talk about money and car. I know he's got a big house on the outskirts of London. And he makes a lot of money, but he doesn't talk about money and cars and all that sort of stuff. A lot of what he says is about risk management, so he's very sensible. He comes over very clear. There is a higher low there from that overshoot. My concern is it comes back down and has another go. So I'm just sitting tight. But yeah, I mean, if you're interested in currency, I'd definitely, suggest him. I think I paid to be part of Forex Signals around about £350 for 6 months. But he's got lots of videos on there for complete beginners who don't even know what a candlestick is. He explains everything and he does it really well. And that's part of the reason that attracted me to him in the first place. He's one of the first people I ever saw on Facebook. On YouTube, sorry. Trader. So that higher low does look like it may get 2 points. My concern is that sometimes in an overshoot we'll come down, make a new low and then push up. But it does look like an overshoot. I've got no issues. It's a clear overshoot on the NQ. Baby pips. Oh, really? Yeah. There's quite a few out there, isn't it? Who's that other guy that seems to be every time I used to open YouTube, he's there. The guy with the shiny white teeth and the fake tan. What's his name? He's, if you don't pay for YouTube Premium, the $10.99 a month every time you open a chart and we get an advert, he's on there trading. I can't remember. You'll know the guy I mean. Andrew Tate. No. What's his name? He's got his own trading software as well. I forget his name now. It'll come to me. He's always got a bright orange tan. Let's have a look. So, what I will say is we've had an overshoot. There was a higher low. It's slightly congested there. My concern was we were going to tick up and come down again, and if we did and test this, we've got a double bottom there. But it does look like it would have worked. To get much sun in the UK. What do you think? Not a lot. In fact, to be honest with you, if you come from Wales, you're born in a cagoule. It's that horrible over here. If you don't know what a cagoule is, it's like a wet weather, very thin jacket that rolls up into a ball. That's the standing joke over here. But we don't get a lot of sun. We do get some on occasion, but you can blink in the UK and miss the summer. But year before last, we had 42 degrees. It was sunny in Scotland. We had 42 degrees, which was a world record for us. I think it was a world record, a record for us. I'm used to this. You're in Los Angeles, are you? Yeah. I watch the airport sometimes. You got LAX, which is live. I know it sounds a bit sad, but you had a weather storm watch or something. There was a big storm you were expecting in Los Angeles, and there was a guy that's there every day filming the aircraft coming in, and I just saw it pop up, so I watched it for a bit. It's amazing how they get them planes down in that weather. You've watched it as well, eh? I'm not the only one then. Venice Beach Camp. Oh, is there any Venice? Oh, that's interesting. I do love these cams because I've seen ones around like at Christmas, New York at Christmas, you know, when you got thick snow and Times Square and places like that. It is interesting to be able to get a, you know, a live view of what's happening somewhere else in the world. And you had that, I think it was when, was it New Orleans got really battered with that storm a year or so ago? There was a live cam there as well. Shit, let's not forget this news. It is interesting. It must be sad. No, I like airplanes anyway. I like aircraft. But yeah, you had that storm watch, so I was watching it. Let's have a look. Okay, I've had a message back. Let's have a look. You have. Oh, okay. I've got UKFT20 and UKFT10, so let's change that. That's why it didn't work. Where is it? Flowbots. There it is. No. I'll find it now. Replicante, where are you? Nope, it's not that. Ah, that's a thought. That's supposed to be there. There we go. I'll find where it is now. There it is. Okay, so, excuse me just a second. It's UKFT20. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, Replicante, 20% off UKFT20. There you go. Which high impact news? Well, I've not even heard of this news before. It's the 10-year bond auction, so your guess is as good as mine. I'm wanting to get my pilot. Oh, yeah. It's funny enough, I had some flying lessons about 10 years ago. I think I had about, was it 6 or 8? And my job changed at the time. I was self-employed at the time. And that was at a little airport in Welshpool. But yeah, something I'd like to do again. I used to do a bit of skydiving when I was younger, so I've always liked being up there, planes and aircraft and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's just something I wanted to do. My wife bought me a trial lessons for my 40th birthday. But it's amazing, isn't it? After your 8th lesson, you can have your first solo. Amazing, isn't it? You can't do nothing like that in a car, but they'll let you fly an aircraft. Okay, is this that news? No, maybe not. It says low impact. It's got high impact on mine. I don't know. We'll soon find out. You don't see it on FX Book. I don't even know why it's on here, to be honest with you. It says 17 and then 1. Is that 1701 or 1710? I really don't know. High impacts. Airlines pay well for pilots. I bet they do, yeah. It's Forex, is it? Forex. You get typical great news. Signed up for financial juice account. See, this indicator from Mac has never let me down, I gotta say. I think Forex Factory is one I've used in the past, but This just seems to be, I don't even know what this is, to be honest with you. I've never seen this on my chart, the 10-year bond auction. So how would that affect this? I've got no idea. We'll soon find out. Just put it up out here out of the way. I'm stuck for ideas now. In fact, I don't know. Is that 17.1 or what? Let's Google it and find out. I'll do it on my phone. I've got my keyboard. I've got an extra. I've got a fifth monitor now, so I haven't got room for my mic arm. So I've got my mic on a stand in front of me. What are we doing here? What is it? 10-year bond auction. What is it? When they say bond auction, do they mean James Bond memorabilia or what? I've never even heard of it. There is stuff on here, but there's nothing that says a date. 10-year Treasury auction bonds. Auction. Okay, so I think futures symbol of 30-year ZB. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but bonds, government treasury bonds, are government debt, I think. Is that right? And if they're having an auction, what are they doing? Just I don't know, selling bonds at a discounted rate? I've got no idea. Is that what it is? Is it? Yeah. Trouble is, as a retail trader, you just pick up bits as you go along. It says an auction, so maybe they're just whether they're just trying to raise capital and just selling off bonds a bit cheaper. On trade, yeah, I think what's it trades them, doesn't he? The Canadian trader. I think he trades bonds. I think. So I did look at this a leg up, but there was only a first entry. So that doesn't really interest me. So we've got this overshoot, but I don't know what the hell we're going to do now. UBZ, BZN, ZT, and ZF. I'm assuming are they the different bonds, and are they? Okay, we got a little bit of a bit of volatility now. It does say 17.1, so is this anything to do with it? Not sure. Decides the interest rate on the government debt. I got you. Okay, I got you. Okay, just excuse me for a minute. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. On me a second. I got no bloody idea what's happening here. Can I lower that? Will that work? I'm not a fan. I mean, if you put that there, it's sort of got something. You may see a two-tier, but in all fairness, I haven't got a clue what's happening. Let's have a look. So we've had this overshoot, we've had a push up, we've had a break and a new high. We've pushed down below the EMA. Yeah, I'm not even going to pretend to work out what I know what's going on there. I think from what I'm seeing, it's probably just a range day. I think we can get rid of that now. It's funny, actually. It's bounced off the midline. I hadn't noticed that. There is definitely some support there. And we've pushed down and we've had a double bottom there right off that midline. So I would suggest that's pulled back. Where's the tops? Yeah. Bang on 50%, that has. Absolutely bang on. So it's had pushed up, we've had a 50% pullback. So after that overshoot, as we know, it could result in a reversal. So we've had a push up the break and a new high. But this doesn't tell us a lot, does it really? We've had a new high, we're coming down, we've had a first entry. Failure, but do I want to go short? Not really. Perhaps it's just a bit of an overshoot and a bit of a correction, and now we're continuing down. We can certainly do that. Maybe this belongs up here. And there's just something a bit sharper there, but it's still an overshoot of that in all fairness. So perhaps it's just had a correction and maybe we continue down. I got no idea really. It's another hard day. Not a lot of setups. How long have I been here? 3 hours and 40 minutes. The only one that I liked was this. The only slight problem I have is we've had such a strong push up, so you just don't know whether we're just going to move straight back up. It's hard to say. You don't know how far it's going to come down, but ordinarily as a second entry short, we've had a break, 2 pushes up in a bearish bar. Normally I'd have jumped all over that in the right circumstances, but in real time I just wasn't so keen to jump in. I think that's what happened to Bartfly. Seems to fall off. Yeah, I don't know, mate, to be fair. I like him. He's a nice lad. I've spoken to him quite a few times, via chit-chat and that. He's got his own slightly style of doing things, but he seems to do it very effectively. And he's certainly getting some money out of it. So I don't know, mate. I don't know whether he's just taking a bit of time off. But I always watch most of the other streamers on there at the end of the day. I always like to know how Wilson's getting on, and Bart as well is another one I usually watch. Sam, obviously Sam's not streaming at the moment. I think that's it at the moment, isn't it? Is anybody else? Oh, and the what's it? I like to see how he's got on as well. The Alpine trader. He's making a ton of money at the moment. Good luck to him, that's what I say. I just wish he'd show us his Oh, Thomas Wade, of course. Thomas Wade and Mac, with that goes without saying. I watched Thomas Wade's last night. What I like to do, because usually they're on late in the evening here, when my wife and daughter goes to bed, I usually get myself a cup of tea, put my feet up, and I usually go through Thomas Wade and Mac, sort of more or less at the same. I think Mac usually comes on the latest. But yeah, I think Mac's been on a bit earlier the last couple of weeks. Seems to get a bit alpine as some sort of open range trade. Yeah, he does. I don't know why. Well, he's concerned with showing people what it is because he thinks Apex won't agree with the way he trades. Well, I don't understand how that can be. It doesn't matter how you trade, as long as you can do it regularly and consistently enough to make money. You're a bloody good trader. It doesn't matter how you trade. I mean, you can close your eyes and hit the buy or sell button. If you're winning 9 out of 10 trades, you're gifted. So I don't understand why he thinks they'll have an issue with it. Whether it's just he thinks people are going to copy him and make a ton of money, I don't really know. But whatever he does, it's effective, because every single time I put his video on, it's all green down the left-hand side. It was up $9,000 yesterday just from an opening trade. I don't know why he sits for another 3 or 4 hours and streams, because that's his strategy over. The only other trades he takes during that time, he usually loses. So if I traded the open and couldn't trade for shit for the rest of the day, I wouldn't bother streaming. It'd be pointless, because all you're doing is throwing away money. But yeah, I don't know why he does it. I think it was it day before yesterday when I looked, he was up $4,400 with his open trades, and then he continued to take setups throughout the rest of the day just to keep people entertained, and ended up losing $5,000. His setup is 1 minute NQ, use the 629 1 minute candle as based. And puts a buy order above and below the candle. Goes for 21 ticks. That's interesting. Interesting. Saw a discussion in Apex Discord yesterday where a guy was concerned about how Apex would view his trading style. One of the people said, "Don't worry too much. Apex doesn't throw away winners." Absolutely. Why would you? If it's bloody good at it, Apex will want to copy his trades. You know Thomas Wade in person. Who, me? No, I don't know. Just as another streamer. I've had a little bit of chit-chat in with just the comments, but that's it. There was a beautiful second entry short on the 4,000 tick, yes. I usually have the 4,000 up. Oh, yeah, I have actually. Oh, no, sorry, I've got the 10,000. I got the 10,000 up. I got an extra screen now, so and about a short, you say a short, entry short. I'm just not sure what we're doing here, really. This is a little bit, because this overshoot, we've had this overshoot, we've pushed up once, we've had a push up new high, and we've come back. Are we trying again? I just don't understand any of this at the moment. It's just not clear. What I can say is we clearly got some congestion along here. You can see it. So whether that has anything to do with it, 6.2 1 minute candle. Buy order above and below. A buy order above and below. I don't think you could do that. Buy a buy order above and below. Perhaps you can. I don't know. Might have had a moment. I don't know why he's got a problem with it. If he's good at it, what's the problem? If he's good and he makes money, I mean, the guy deserves a pat on the back. He does. Buy and stop above and limit order below. I mean, he trades without a stop as well, so he's obviously got to know what he's doing. I mean, I've always been taught to trade with a stop, but, you know, there are traders out there that don't use them and swear by not using them. Or a sell below and a buy above. I don't think you can do that, can you? Or can you? Maybe you can. I don't know. I'm that used to mine. I just can't think of any. A buy order above and a sell. Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. So, and he goes for, what did you say, 16 ticks, John, did you? 21 ticks. So I'm assuming he thinks maybe the volatility will push through that 21 ticks. I'll tell you what, John. I'm going to take a photo of that and I'm going to have a go myself on a sim, just for the fun of it. Or I'm just going to monitor it and see what happens. So when we say open, I'm assuming it means the official New York Open. I'm assuming you mean that, John, don't you? So 9:30 Eastern time, is that what you mean? So it would have been 1:30 UK time here. So where would that have been? Here, wouldn't it? Here, sorry. So yeah, if you put a sell order here and a buy order here, if it pushes above this, you think it would push up. If it pushes to, interesting. It's always worth looking into. You never know. You could even, have one account dedicated to it and trade it on micros just for a bit, put a bit of fun or something. As far as I'm concerned, if someone's good at it, find out what they got and take it. That's what I say. Nick their ideas. I'm sure he got it from somewhere. But no, if he's good at it, fair dues. Would be nice, wouldn't it? Just to get to the chart 10 minutes before, do one trade as soon as the market opens, and then bugger off for the day. That would be nice. You're going to sim it tomorrow. I'm going to sim it today, mate. I know I can't, can I? In fact, what you could do, you could just send the bars back, couldn't you? Just put the bars back at the close tonight. Just go back, find out where the open is, and then just put a bar and a line above it, and see what try that again. See what would have happened. So what the hell are we doing now? Be careful. He doesn't use stops. Yeah, I'm only going to try it with a sim. I wanted to see it work about 50 times in a row first before I consider it. Works out his trays. Doesn't go his way right away. Yeah. I don't know why he's got a problem with it. I don't know. Maybe if he thinks it's pretty special, he thinks if everyone else jumps on it. But there's probably thousands of traders out there that think they've got something probably unique. At the end of the day, most people trade very similar. Open range. Nothing new. Promise. Yeah. So, what the hell are we doing here? It's a bit of an hard day to trade, really. Although it is moving, it's not really giving us any great indications where it's going, unfortunately. So we've had that overshoot, and we've bounced twice there. Maybe we're making 2 attempts to go higher, and then we'll probably come down some more. It's hard to say at the moment, but what I will say is it looks a little bit neater on the NQ. We've had that clear overshoot, and we've had sort of a couple of pushes up. And another attempt at the lows and up again. So whether we're going to do anything like this, who knows? Or whether we are going to push back up again. It's not the easiest day really today. I mean, there's a stack of orders up at 2050, but that's up here. So is it going to work its way up there? It'd be a pure guess. But what I will say is we've bounced off that midline, so maybe there's a... yeah, maybe we just sort of range it in this top half. We've come down exactly 50% right on the nail, so we've come back and retested this and pushing up. So let me have a look. Where could it stall? There is some congestion around the midline there. It'd be nice to get a couple of legs back and then along, but that's doing what it should do. An overshoot and a reverse. I like the way it's come back down and retested it and then pushed up quite strongly. So so you can clearly see the support along there, along the middle and here. So now are we going to work our way up again? Unfortunately, there's no way we were going to know that or no entry. But hopefully, if we can get a break and a couple of legs back with a long trade, we may get something. Long day again today, nearly 4 hours. Opening range today went for 24 points. That's 400 per contract. But you need to be okay losing your account. To be fair, I've been pretty successful at losing my accounts in the past, mate. So if it doesn't go your way, yeah. I think if you're going to look at it, you're going to have to just monitor it for a few months, aren't you? Maybe have a look every day and just work out. I mean, if it after a while, you should notice a pattern. So you're talking about this area, John, aren't you? Where was it? It's 1:30 UK time. If you're looking on the NQ, 1:30 UK time was about here. Let's have a look. Yeah, 1:30 was there. OCO order, can't seem to do it. So you're on about putting a buy order. So if the market opens it, you're on about putting a buy order up here and a sell order down here. If it comes down and triggers the sell order, the theory is it continues down. If it pushes up and triggers a buy order, the theory is it pushes up. So 16 ticks, I believe, is not a lot, is it, on the NQ? 16 ticks is pretty small, I think, isn't it? What's 16 ticks compared to... hold on a minute. How do I work that out? 16 ticks. So... that's 20 ticks, isn't it? So it's just over half of one of those moves. In fact, should be able to do it that way, shouldn't I? 16 ticks. That's points, isn't it? How many? About 4 points. Wow, that is a small move, isn't it? So that's it there. So he's only expecting it to go that much. Now that's not a lot to go, is it? 40, yeah, so that is a very small movement. But I've got into a trade before and it stopped me out because I couldn't get that much. But that's really interesting. So if he trades the open, it ain't got to go far, is it, to make your money? And if you traded that on what? That's 80. So that's $80 per contract. So if you traded 4 contracts, that's $320. You think he uses 3? That makes sense, yeah. 3 contracts would be $240. Certainly something to look at, to have a look, you know, see if it... So I'm assuming right at the open, he puts... Now, when you say an OCO order, is that an order that puts an order above it so much and below it? I'm assuming, isn't it? Reverse engineering. At its finest, mate. One cancel. Okay. I believe I have still got that one-click trader, so that's really interesting. Be worth just having a look at it, just for the fun of it. You could maybe trade it in micros on 1p account or something, and maybe just, you know, just for the fun of it, or an evaluation just for a bit of fun. That's interesting. It's a very small move, really. It's a tiny move in the grand scheme of things. So what would he do? Put it above the EMA or below the EMA? So normally, if we get above the EMA, we continue to go. When we come back to the EMA, we'll usually bounce. Tom Haddard does this strategy on the FTSE, does he really? Now, I didn't realise who Tom Hoggard was until the other day. And somebody messaged me, I think Michael messaged me and said he was in London doing a lecture. I think it was about a week ago. But I didn't realise he was the one that wrote the book, Best Loser Wins. So I'm going to do a little bit of study over the weekend. Okay, so one cancels out the other. So if one triggers the other. So if you entered, say, be interesting to see, would he enter? So we'd have one above the EMA and one below it. I wonder how many points above and below he does. The lecture is free on his YouTube. Yeah, I think it was free on, the lecture free on YouTube. Yeah, excuse me a second, my dog's scratching again. Okay, what's going on here? I have a feeling we may get a blank today, so that is a very small move, that. 4 points. Tiny move. So, I wonder, what'll be interesting is if he does it, an OCO order, I wonder how many points away from price would he enter, either long or short. Any ideas, any thoughts on that? Or would it be sort of immediate? Because obviously you've got to set, if you've got to drop your order in, and you've got to put obviously a long order, so many ticks or points above price and below it. Any idea what you would do there? I like the fact that it's trading the open as well, so literally you're in and you're out if it works. The offset is often a few ticks. Interesting. Just take a quick photo of that. I just want to take a few photos of these comments. Just so I'm going to have a look over the weekend. I might go back on the charts and work out how often it would work. I mean, if it's working 9 times out of 10, you would tend to think it wouldn't be a bad idea, maybe trade it as an opener and then trade it, trade your normal strategy. So we've got this nice channel coming up here. We've had a break. We've made a matching high on the NQ and we've had a pullback. So let's have a look here. So there is a possibility we could get. Can we do an OCO order on this? I have got a one tick trader, which I have got it. I'm not sure whether you can do it in here. Can you? I like the fact at least you know. I'm assuming he will enter on every single. He must do, otherwise he wouldn't be green every time he starts the trade. I can't see how there's a problem with it. If it's a strategy that works, it's a gold mine. Well, no more than any other working strategy, but if you right-click Ninja Trader chart trade, you're able to. Oh, you're really okay. Interesting. Okay, so we've had a little leg down here, so let's see if we can get something from this. I like the way we've pushed above this and we're coming down to the EMA. Overshoot, couple of legs up, a retest, and now push out. I think there's a fair chance we could get to these highs if we can get a decent setup. So we've had one leg down, we touched the EMA and bounced. Okay, so first entry. On a high or low, really. My only slight concern is we got this channel down. We make one attempt to go higher, come back, make a second attempt to go higher, and then fail downwards. This is not pushing up as strongly as I would have hoped. And we've triggered above this bullish bar on the NQ, and this seems to be struggling to get up. I would prefer to come down a bit further, closer to that EMA to take a long on there. Yeah, if we struggle to get up there, I think we could come careering down. So I've got to be careful here. We need another leg down here, really. I don't like it when it's slow and wicky. Same here, we're really struggling multiple times to get above this. We've triggered above it. We're struggling, so I prefer another leg, really, before I think it encourages more buyers in there. There is a second entry long high low there. I'm just slightly concerned it's just too far for that EMA. And we're struggling to get up on the NQ, so that for me is a no-no. It has triggered, but we are really struggling to go long, so I fear that one is slightly weak. It's a bit too far from that EMA. I'd prefer that much further down here. It may work. Okay, it's starting to look better now. it was just a bit too far. I mean, technically that channel was already breaking a new high, so it's just a little bit too risky for me. So yeah, that worked okay. I just didn't like on the NQ how it was really struggling. My concern was we get a quick drop back to that EMA, which is why I stayed out of that. Yeah, it is a bit. It's just, I've just seen so many trades like that just trigger and then come down. Then we have one leg and then a second leg, and then we start to work up. Looking on the NQ, it was really struggling to push up. We still haven't made a new high. We've come a couple of ticks below it. But when it is struggling like that, and that's quite far from the MA, sometimes you don't know whether it's going to have a quick drop down and pick up, maybe sort of pick up some more interesting buyers down here. But it worked, but I still wouldn't take it again. Just too far for me. This has been a tough day today, it really has. A really odd day. I dare say Mac will mark a dozen or so. The trouble is, it's easy to mark them after, isn't it? You know. So are we going to push up to the top? I think there's a fair chance. That would take us up there. We've got to get above these here first. I think it'll work. There's probably going to be some stops there. God, it's so hard going, isn't it? Decent setups have all bar disappeared. Yeah, this is not working like a strong trend at the moment, is it? Other London lecture. Sorry, Chris, I didn't know it's that one. The London lecture covers this strategy. Does it really? Offset by a few ticks. That's interesting. I'm going to watch that late, mate. Okay, Bitcoin's had a little bit of a dump today. I think we needed it. Down to 60. Oh no, it's back up again. So look, it did drop down to 69,000. And it's pushed up, so it dropped a couple of thousand, 3,000, 3,500, something like that. I think it needed it. I can't believe my Shiro's up 72% today. 250% over the last 30 days. That's quite encouraging. Nice to have something that actually does something for once. So just looking at Marco's chart, so he did take, he took that one there, he took that one there. You just don't know. It wasn't for me. And he took, well, he marked, I say he took, he didn't. That one there, that bearish bar there. He marked it. I don't think he took it. I think he told me once he just takes one a day, and I think that's it, really. And that one there. It's probably not a bad trade to take that, in all fairness. It does look like it's bottoming, and it's a very small risk. I think even a tick below, above and below, is probably a very small risk, that. A little bit of, it's a tiny risk, but I mean, look at that. It's worth it sometimes, isn't it? If you'd have had the runner there, you might have had the best day of your life. I think this is going to be it for me. I think. How long we've been trading for? 4 hours and 20 minutes almost. Yeah, if we're not going to get nothing by now, I doubt we're going to get nothing in the next 10 minutes. I think it is going to go up, but trouble is you still need a good setup. You can't just jump in here, not unless you're prepared to put your stop down here. Okay. I think that is me done, I think. Funny day today. Not the easiest day. It's shooting off in different directions. There was something there, but at the time, because we're coming up to this area here, you don't know whether we're coming up to the top of a range. You know what I mean? We've had this. You could say that's a breakout, but I just don't like the fact that once we go multiple times, we could come back down. So that's what kept me out of that one. That one, I think, didn't look like a bad trade. A second entry short, a break from here. But after that uptrend, I just wasn't sure about that. In real time, it's very different. You know, after the fact, it's easy to look back and go, oh, yeah, that was okay, that was okay. Yeah, harder than it looks. I mean, you think really, with not much choppiness and it's moving, you think there'd be entries, but there just hasn't done, really. And the trouble is, if you lose your patience and you get in on something like that, it could sting you. I mean, it's a failure there. It wouldn't look that bad ordinarily, but I've been in trades like this before, and they'll trigger you and just come back to the main, stop you out, but it's moving very slowly, and I don't like it. The slower it is to grind up, sometimes it'll just come down, but it's just too slow to trade, in my opinion, personally. There is a failure there, and it may work, but judging by how quick it's going up, it could take you 10 minutes, so it's not for me. So I will love you and leave you. I'm just going to take quick photos of these, but yeah, it's a funny old whippy weird day. Save chart image. Where What day are we? 12th of the 3rd, 24. And that is the yes. Thank you. But I've got no problem whatsoever not taking a trade. I'm quite happy. If I've done my job and I've sat here patiently, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pleased with my day. It's more about how I conduct myself rather than about how much the market gives us. The market's going to give us what it gives us, but how I conduct myself can go. It can go in very different ways. But after yesterday, a bit of a stupid mistake. Ordinarily, if I'd have blown that account a few months ago, I'd have done the next one, and I didn't. I flat right refused and walked away. And although I was a bit frustrated, I've come back nice and calmly today. So I'm pleased with the way things are. I haven't jumped in willy-nilly. I haven't been silly. I've sat wait for a good trade. I mean, sometimes when you have days like this, you start to think, "Are we going to get a good trade, a traded?" And then sometimes when you think like that, you start to get a bit disheartened. And then before you know it, you've taken a poor trade. I think the key is all you've got is your discipline and your patience. And if you lose that, it doesn't matter how good a trader you are, without patience and discipline, you're doomed. And the fact is, we are going to get setups, but we are sometimes going to get a week or two where, we got nothing today, we may have nothing tomorrow, and then a couple of trades in one day. But ultimately, you've got to keep your patience and discipline. If you can do that, it's going to go a long way. See, I was on about that trade there. What happened? It triggered, and it looks like it may be coming back. It's just floating in the middle of bloody nowhere. And usually when you get setups like that, which granted, it is a failure, but it's just floating in the middle of nowhere. We've clearly made new highs. You can definitely see there's support along there, which is what it's struggling to go on. So if there's not enough buyers there, it could come back to that EMA before, it may attract some new buyers to get in there. But it's just risky. I wouldn't consider that really, or in the past I would have done. But so there you go. Another day, quiet day, a bit whippy. Up and down a bit. It is moving, but unfortunately it's just not really giving us any options. Yeah, it's coming back there now, see. My experience is whenever you see stuff like that, that's just in the middle of nowhere, it's away from support. It's just asking for trouble, but there you go. So I appreciate your comments. I'm going to look at that Tom Hoggard guy later. I have meant to this week, but he did a lecture in London about a week ago. And I only found out then that he was the one that wrote the book, Best Loser Wins. So definitely worth a watch, especially if he talks about that strategy. That is interesting. It's always nice to see what other people are doing. If you can add something, strings to your bow. I mean, my strategy really is something I need to sit here all day, but any type of strategy at the open, you're in and you're out and you're done. It's always worth a look at. So I appreciate your comments. Hope you've had some green day today. I hope you've stayed away from the nasty stuff. So have a great evening. Stay safe, and we'll chat again and do it all again tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get a better day tomorrow. So take it easy.